0317.4. The crew of the Valor are still currently stationed at Starbase 211. After their little brief supply run and uncovering a Cardassian agent at a nearby listening post, the Valor crew has been taking it easy at 211 as the Valor is being repaired. All crew members of at least the senior staff, have been called for a meeting with Admiral Haggard later this afternoon. And with that, we will cut to Theater of the Mind. So, for the first scene, we will start out. Everyone has a little bit of free role play that they wish if they want to do on the station. It could be in your guest quarters on the station or doing some other activity.
I think what I want to do is have a scene with Commander Thoshan, if that's all right with you, Thoshan.
Sure, works for me.
Okay. First off, I'm gonna let you set the scene because I'm gonna approach you.
Right. Are we still not allowed on board the Valor, even if we're assisting with repairs or something?
Currently, you're not allowed on board the Valor. There's a lot of hull plating, and there's still parts of the ship that are exposed to vacuum. So, for safety reasons, they're not allowing anyone on there unless you're an engineer.
Okay. The Shran will be in the holodeck.
Okay.
But his first officer scheduling whatever indicates that he's available rather than.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll chime the holodeck doors to I'm not trying to interrupt anything.
Shran here.
Oh, hey, Commander, mind if I have a moment to chat with you about something?
Sure thing. You hear this kind of howling wind over the communicator channel. How are you dressed?
I'm assuming you're doing ice sculptures in there, so I took the liberty of getting a heavy coat.
Excellent. I don't have to pause the program then. Come on in.
And then I'll go ahead and step through.
Okay,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, as the doors open, you feel a gush of cold air hit the side of your face.
And you find yourself on a very rugged glacial plain. Looks like there's been a major fracture at some point that's thrown up all these massive blocks of jagged ice. There is a huge ringed gas giant in the sky, even though it is daylight. And you see the Shran in cold weather gear, although not as much as a human might need, working on some sort of abstract sculpture.
As I'm walking up, I'm gonna. Why does this remind me of my family reunions in Alaska?
Oh, this is much colder than Alaska. I've been there, although there's some fantastic landscape. What can I do for you, Doctor?
I was thinking, with everything that's happened with us as of late, I think I need to work. I was wondering if you could put me through some basic command training.
He's kind of hunkered down, working on something, so he kind of rests his forearms, one of which is clutching his Ushan Tor, and looks up at you with his antennae kind of, slightly widened and turned towards you in kind of a quizzical expression. Command training? What kind of command training?
Well, the kind of command training that allows you to get what is that test? The Kobayashi Maru? The kind of training that allows you to get through stress without let me just explain. For the last few weeks, I've not expected to be a senior staff member. I never expected to be a senior staff member, right?
Hang on a second. Computer, end program. Computer, call up holographic representation of my office aboard the Valor.
And it appears.
I kind of take off the heavy coat. This probably is more appropriate for this conversation. Have a seat.
Yeah.
Would you like something to drink?
I call it half and half. Some people call it an Arnold Palmer because the golfer created the drink, but it's pretty much half iced tea, half lemonade. It's one of my favorite drinks.
Is it Earth originated?
Yes, it is.
Computer access Starfleet database. Earth beverages. Is it alcoholic?
No, it's not alcoholic. I mean, it can
Not
be, but it can
non
be, but I don't use it.
non-alcoholic varieties. Search for Arnold Palmer and serve appropriately.
Real fact, that's actually a real Arizona drink.
Oh, I know, but and then once the computer gets the Arnold Palmer and I've handed that off to the doctor, I'll get a cup of Andorian spiced tea.
Thanks.
All right, doctor,
Actually,
go ahead. What's bringing on this? Are you telling me you want to begin the course for the bridge officers exam?
well, maybe. I haven't thought about my future until I became a chief medical officer. And most of the time, my future has been really the only thing I've thought about with my future is just being a nurse, being a doctor, but being chief medical officer. It makes you think. Being part of the senior staff, it makes you think.
Well,
Do I want to do more?
you certainly have a great deal of responsibility on your shoulders, and even more so, arguably, than most department heads. But from what I've seen, you've handled this responsibility fairly well. But don't get me
Yeah,
wrong, I'm not at all against you beginning the process for taking the bridge officers exam. I'm wondering kind of where this is coming from, however.
well, I've seen most command officers manage to direct and manage to get their crews to do whatever they need them to do with such calm and discipline and all that stuff. And yes, I run a different sort of command, but I feel like I'm lacking in that area. I was wanting to go through some command training so I can build that discipline, build that confidence.
How long are you out of Starfleet Medical, Doctor?
About, I'd say about 2 years.
You're a lieutenant junior grade. you may be putting more pressure on yourself than you need. Every single Starfleet officer, when first posted to their first assignment out of the academy, and or their finds themselves one way or another in charge of a group of people who have been doing their jobs longer than the new officer has. The trick
Yeah, you're not wrong.
is to rely on the people in your department who've been there longer than you have. Rely on Dr. Faratok and Nurse uh, Ibix, Dr. Perix as well. Um, they, particularly Nurse Ibix, will know very well that part of her job is to help train a new officer. And it's no reflection on you. We've all been through that process. For me, it was a senior chief specialist who took a wet behind the antenna ensign under his wing, as it were, and showed me the ropes and gave me the confidence I needed.
Yeah.
As for,
I guess.
go
Oh,
ahead.
go on. I'm sorry. You first.
I'm happy to help you out with some command exercises and thought experiments. Even some, I could program some a course of holographic uh, simulations. But you've got to give yourself time, Doctor. Um, concentrate on doing the next right thing. Concentrate on being the best doctor you can be and the best chief medical officer you can be. Um, I think you have a tendency to second guess yourself,
Well,
which we all do to one degree or another, and reflection can be very handy, but it can also rob you of sleep and make you freeze when you least need to. You're going
uh,
to make some bad decisions. You're probably going to make some bad decisions that cost people's lives. You also are probably going to make, at some point or another, good decisions that cost somebody's lives. It's kind of the nature of our business. But
yeah.
a bad decision doesn't have to define you, as long as you learn from it. You won't be eligible to take the bridge officer's test until you reach the rank of commander. But running some simulations on a regular basis, we could set up some sort of training and coursework schedule. If that's a direction you think you might want to go, we can certainly begin training towards that.
Yeah, I would think I'd want to try to go for that direction. Besides, when it comes to medicine, I do that in my free time. I study. I study my medical journals. I practice in the holodeck. I mean, it's literally what I do for fun. But it doesn't help me when it comes to commanding fellow doctors and nurses to do this or to do that or keep calm under pressure. It just gives me the knowledge I need to save someone's life.
When you were doing your residency, what kind of commander or superior in your medical situation did you admire the most and were most likely to uh, function at your best under? Was it uh, a pompous son of a bitch who threw his weight around and his rank around and ordered you and your fellow interns hither and yon on sometimes completely unnecessary tasks, or was it an actual doctor who you knew from experience and from watching him knew what he was doing or her and knew what they were doing and cared about their patients, and who you knew, even if they phrased it in the form of a request rather than an order, despite their rank, that you knew would never ask you to do anything they wouldn't do, and would only ask you to do things that were to the benefit of your patient. Which one of those were the better commander?
I remember him clearly. It was Doctor Bignoin. He was a Bolian doctor, very kind, very understanding of me. He knew what limitations I might have had, but foresaw that I could possibly overcome them.
That's
I
your
guess you
model
could
right
say,
there.
yeah.
Be that kind of doctor, the kind of doctor that your staff respects, and that they know that you're in it with them, right beside them, and that you know what you're doing, and you know that they know what they're doing. Don't micromanage. But there's your trick. You've got an example of a good leader in your profession, in your department. Model yourself after that, and soon enough, you'll find that you've stopped modeling and started becoming your own commander.
You know, the funny thing is, my friends have always told me I'm my own worst enemy. And these were friends in the academy as well. I guess they're not wrong in this situation.
Again, reflection is something every capable officer should do, but you have to be careful and not let it turn into tearing out your own emotional entrails, as it were.
Yeah.
But I think you'll be fine, Doctor. And as I said, we can start a course of command training to make you get a little bit more comfortable in your shoes. But I think you're on the right path.
Thanks, Commander. And I'll take you up on that offer. Because now being a chief medical officer, I'm starting to think maybe there's more I want to do in Starfleet than just be an assistant doctor or a nurse.
Well, Starfleet Command encourages cross-department training. Some of the greatest captains came from departments other than Command and Con.
Yeah, I'll definitely take you up on it.
Give me a chance to get back aboard the Valor. Right now, I've got so much paperwork that getting out here to carve some ice is the first time I've had a break in a week.
Trust me, I understand. I've been up to my head in patients, and while you guys were gone, still got some paperwork I still do. Jeez.
Well then, Doctor,
Speaking
I
of which,
suggest you get to it.
how was the supply run? I heard it was a very interesting experience.
Well, we managed to uncover a apparently deep Cardassian infiltrator who'd been there for at least several tours and managed to interrupt some sort of Cardassian operation that was headed towards Setlik. And delivered supplies to the listening post. So overall, success, although it had its moments.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it. I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Oh, and
Thank you, Doctor.
Commander,
Hmm?
if you ever just want to hang out in your free time, all that. I'm willing to make the time.
Keep that in
Heck,
mind, Doctor.
I'll even be willing to put on that heavy coat again to join in some ice sculptures.
Again, I'll keep it in mind, Doctor.
You have a good day, Commander, and thanks for the talk.
Of course. And then once the Doctor exits, I'll resume the ice sculpting program.
All right. Meanwhile, back on the station, Captain, you are currently sitting in the galley, having a nice view over top of the sort of dockyard area of the starbase, and you're just in there reading your reports.
Yeah, just basically seeing what all they're fixing, even though I don't understand half of it.
Uh,
It's just like Captain would like to know what he's doing.
you can tell they are replacing the starboard side warp nacelle since it was completely destroyed during your last engagement. Currently, they are still on track to finish the repairs on board the Valor within roughly about a week and a half.
Okay, sounds good.
Give me, as you're reading reports, insight plus security difficulty of 1 to spot something.
Would any of my focuses apply?
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll this flat.
Gain a momentum. And you notice kind of in the background of the stars, you see sort of like a shiver, kind of a ripple go across.
Okay. I'm guessing I probably know what it is. Just don't know which race it is.
You might have some suspicions of what it could be, but it's odd that you be seeing it.
I'm gonna tap my comm badge and go, Maxwell, the station ops.
Operations here. Go ahead, Captain.
I'm sitting here in the galley and could have sworn I just saw what appeared to be, against the backdrop of the stars, a cloaked ship going by.
Uh, Noted, Captain. We'll keep you informed.
Thanks, Maxwell out.
Taven or Tavin. Which one is it? Because now I'm confused. Taven. Taven, as you walk into one of the establishments, a bar, it is kind of early for drinks, but the bartender kind of looks at you like, "Good morning, Commander. What can I help you with?"
Morning. I'm looking to do some experiments today. Do you happen to have Kanar?
Why would you want that awful drink that the Cardassians make? To be honest,
Well,
no. It's
trying
but
to understand their culture.
well, I can give you a little insight onto what the drink is about if you like.
Yes, I would prefer the authentic, but take what I can get.
Well, It's sort of like it's black, almost
Mm,
goes down like pudding and tastes like oil.
don't have that.
No, I do not have that.
Wonder if a replicator could.
I
Most fascinating experience.
I wish you good luck in finding a replicator that will replicate Kanar for you.
I assume you don't have a Cardassian sunrise either.
Look, if you're wanting a Cardassian drinks, you're gonna have to go into Cardassia. We don't serve honestly any Cardassians here.
It could be tricky. Uh, we're not so friendly right now. Perhaps you haven't heard.
Yes, I know about the conflict, and but if there is a demand for Kanar or other Cardassian drinks, I will do my best to try and get a supply of them. Though getting supplies out of Cardassia during wartime, well, we're not really at war, but during this long and egregious conflict with the Cardassians, it's rather difficult.
Hey, well, if you could arrange to have a couple drinks of that sort brought in, I might be able to find some sort of compensation for your efforts.
I will try. If anything, I will look up and maybe synthesize my own similar drinks. Though I don't think Kanar will be on the menu. That's rather difficult, from my understanding.
What about Klingon drinks? Do you have any of those?
Well, we're a little far away from the border with the Klingons, but I do keep a case of blood wine for special occasions. I don't know if you can handle
What
it.
year? Oh, the year, the vintage.
2342.
Not a good year, but I'll try it.
Very well. He pours out a, grabs a mug, sets the mug down, and walks over, rummages through a case, pulls out, dusts off the straw, uncorks the wine, and then fills it up, the mug. Keep in mind, I'm not so sure about your species' tolerance to alcohol, but usually one drink is
Good
enough.
point. I should probably eat something first to be on the safe side. Do you have any seed?
No, but I think I can replicate something else. Is there something you prefer? Chicken,
Um,
fish.
do you have any gach?
Uh, I can attempt to replicate it, but I don't think I could get you live gah. I heard that's what Klingons prefer their gah.
Well, I prefer live worms myself. But it's hard to do. You know what they say about the early bird?
Always gets the worm.
Yes. But I like to sleep in, so I never really got the worm. Quite sad, really.
I see. Would you like a catfish or salmon dinner plate?
Fish would be nice.
And he walks off and replicates a plate of grilled salmon and comes back and sits it on the table. I'm assuming you didn't want the other sides with that.
And
If
looks
not,
at it overdone. What did you do to this thing?
the replicator can't replicate raw foods.
Oh yeah, Starfleet just does not accommodate all its species.
My apologies, Commander.
Well, after that, I think I'll take a little sip of my blood wine to see how it is and be on my way since there's no edible food here.
That will be 50 Federation credits, Commander.
And I assume
You have it, yes, but
I have no idea what 50 if that's a lot or not.
I mean, yes and no.
50 credits for ruined food and a bad vintage of blood wine.
With all due respect, Commander, it is very difficult to get blood wine this far out from Klingon space.
That is your problem, not mine. But very well. I will pay you your 49 Federation credits.
Very well. Here, he hands you the bottle. Mugs on the house. Try not to get too abbreviated, Commander. That stuff might go to your head.
Taven is going to take one sip and kind of cluck his beak a little bit, tasting it, and then kind of spit it out. Ah! Horrible. Slam it down and walk away.
All right, Michaels. You are going over the Valor's scientific capacity. Currently, the Valor is in repair, but you can go through the specifications through the Federation or Starfleet database. What do you wish to look up?
I wish to see the Valor's limits.
The Valor has high resolution sensors, so it's able to see images, see things a little bit more clearly. Game Mechanics wise, that gives you an extra obtained information momentum spend whenever time you use the ship's sensors. Other than that, it's got a standard range, sensor range of most Federation starships. It does have some onboard scientific labs, but none of them are specialized. They're pretty much just the standard variant.
I've worked with worse.
Anything else you wish to do?
Not as of this moment.
Where are you currently at on the station? Are you in your quarters, or are you out sort of in the promenade type area, or sort of near the docking facilities?
I'm probably in the galley.
While you're kind of reviewing the specs, give me insight security difficulty of 1. This is about the same time, like sort of the. You do notice the captain is there as well, but
Would cultural studies work as a focus?
not in this case, no. There is a complication. You kind of notice this shimmer in the backdrop of the stars, just kind of as you're glancing, and you really don't pay much attention to it. And as you're doing so, kind of look down your pad and get ready to walk off, and you bump and you hit a fellow crewman, and she spills her drink all over your uniform.
Sorry, it may help if I were to look where I was going sometimes.
Oh, my apologies. And she tries to take your napkin and wipe it for. That's probably gonna stain.
Can I tell what rank this crewmate is?
Ensign.
Can you please repeat that?
She is an ensign, same rank as you.
No worries, I should be able to replicate another one.
Sorry. Uh, have a good day. She kind of walks off.
You too.
Anything else you wish to do?
No, I don't think there is anything else.
So I'm assuming you're heading back to your quarters to get a change in uniform on the station.
Yes, that is a good idea.
Okay. Savell, what are you up to?
I would like to review the damages on the Valor. He is the chief engineer. I'm not sure if he's allowed to get on board or not, but he'll just try to get like a report of the damages and things that could be done or things that need to be done and how serious the damages is. And then once all that's been settled, I think he'll go and look into the latest archaeological findings.
Okay. Give me insight engineering difficulty of 1. So you're going over your pad.
Uh, can you go ahead and do this?
Gain a momentum. As you're going through looking at your pad, kind of your daily routine, and you notice that they're replacing the warp nacelle, the starboard one, today. It looks like it's going to take most of the day with most of the crews assigned to repair the Valor. There's other extensive hull damage that they're replacing, not to mention multiple EPS conduits on deck 7 through 18. They also have to replace many of the computer systems in the Arboretum, including the environmental control systems, as well as doing. They just completed the repairs on the bridge, though they still are not allowing anybody on board the Valor due to safety reasons in case of sudden decompression.
Okay, so I can't come on board even though I am the chief engineer. All right.
You
This
could
is
at
only
special request because you are the chief engineer. However, you would have to wear an EVA suit. That's kind of a requirement on board the Valor at the moment for anybody, but they are restricting access while they're doing repairs.
okay. So I could if I wanted to, but all right. But then I would have to take a EV suit. All right. Do they in for the replacing the warp nacelles? How would this affect? Would this affect the warp field modifications I made?
Yes, they would.
Darn. Um, how would it affect it? Would it decrease the amount of time that we can spend at maximum warp, or
You would go
decrease the?
back to essentially the standards of what the ambassador class is. You will have to then retune and realign the actual nacelles in order to achieve the increased speeds that you got before.
Damn. And hmm. Is there anything? Well, I don't believe. Okay, I can't just go on board the ship and just tell them like like but hey, is there any way you guys can actually try to keep that speed up? But I guess not. Um.
No, they're actually replacing the whole entire nacelle with a new one because it was destroyed last time. So even if they were able to repair it, you still would have had to redo the alignment again.
Oh. All right. Well, that's a bummer. So much for that. Um. What about the EPS conduits? Uh. How many? Which one of those? How many EPS conduits were replaced?
Hundreds of conduits were replaced.
Oh damn! Like that many? I thought it was like just a few. Jeez, that
Um,
many?
the ship was heavily damaged during the engagement. There was quite a few casualties on board the Valor. Commander Sistran almost nearly lost his life during the engagement.
All right. Well, that's a shame. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and and go ahead and speak to the captain real quick. Just let him know of the. I'm not sure if he's aware of the damages, his extensive damages to the warp engines and stuff like that.
He has the same reports that you're getting, so he would most likely be repaired, but or informed. Sorry, but you can talk to him if you want. He's currently in the galley.
All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and speak to him.
Captain, you were just about to head out of the galley when you spot your chief engineer enter the galley, and he looks like he's
Oh,
walking towards you.
Lieutenant, what's up?
Captain, mm, it appears that the damages to the warp nacelles were more extensive, so it looks like I have to do more. I have to realign and make the modifications again to them. Do you know exactly when we can get back to the ship?
According to the reports I've read, it looks like it'll be about a week and a half, uh, and that's for them to finish all repairs. Uh, we might be able to get on board beforehand, but I don't know for sure.
Because I would really like to actually get back on board the ship some point, but but if but if the damages are that severe to not allow anyone else to back on board, because I would like to work on that realignment again.
I understand that, Lieutenant, and trust me, I enjoy having that little adjustment to our engines. It is very helpful at times.
Oh, yeah, well, looks like I'm just gonna have to. Looks like I'm just gonna have to uh, review my review the my saved work and on the computer, see if I find that again. Yeah, perhaps I can go off of that.
That
Um,
would make sense.
Now, regarding our last mission, sir, this is probably out of my clearance, but okay, actually no. First of all, out of out of character, do I exactly know what happened? Well, I know what happened because I was there, but like, do I know what happened to the crew afterwards?
The other thing you guys are aware of that they were replaced.
Oh, like all of them?
All three of them, yes.
And the third person, did he survive or die? Or do
He
I know
is
that?
alive, though currently in a coma.
Do you know? Curious though, Captain. Do you know what happened to the other crew when they were replaced? Were they just reassigned somewhere else?
If I had, I don't know for sure, Lieutenant. However, if I had to speculate, I would say they were possibly debriefed by Starfleet security, with the Cardassian infiltrator being sent to a brig or prison of some sorts while awaiting interrogation. Uh, the other two would have been probably debriefed by Starfleet security, and if nothing was out of the ordinary, they would have been released and reassigned.
Right. And uh, okay, out of character. What about some of that stuff we had on board the ship? Were they Starfleet issue? Because I know that there weren't.
I believe some of that was not Starfleet issue. Uh,
Uh, yeah. So, um, Captain, wasn't there an ensign on board the Montana before we left, or was it a lieutenant or some crewman?
I think it was an ensign that was on the Montana. I don't know what
Perhaps he should.
happened.
Perhaps he should
I don't.
be investigated, but I don't know.
Well, the problem is I don't know the ensign's name. I never got it. I just got his rank. I could probably ask the station for a list of personnel reduced to engineering staff and the rank of ensign. But who knows? Maybe he was just posing as an ensign from the starbase. I don't know.
Uh, Perhaps I can look into that. I can maybe speak to the engineering department, see if they had anyone on the ship before we left. All right. Well, thank you. Sorry to disturb you, Captain.
Haggard to Maxwell.
Maxwell here.
Captain, I'd like you and your senior staff to report to the station commander's office in 20 minutes for a mission briefing.
And you're going to hear the skepticism in his voice, and he's going to go, understood, sir. We'll be right there.
See you in 20. Haggard out.
Am I like just about to leave when I hear this call, or
You can be sitting right next to him.
okay? Well, sounds like that we have other problems. But should I um should I look into the engineering department, see if they had anyone on the ship there back then? That can
I don't know, Lieutenant. Right now, I don't know who all I can trust. I know I can trust the Admiral, but to be honest, even after the Valor is fully checked out, I'm going to do a full security sweep on it. Just with our crew. I don't know who to trust anymore.
understood, sir. And I guess I'll go ahead and prepare for the briefing if I'm included.
Oh, you're definitely included. Maxwell's going to tap his comm badge. Maxwell to the Shran.
Shran here, Captain.
Shore leave's over. Admiral wants us to meet him in the commander's office with all the command staff.
Aye, sir. I'll alert the rest. And I think I just have time for a sonic shower and a uniform change.
He wants us in 20 minutes. I don't think you've got that amount of time.
Aye, Captain.
Maxwell out.
And the Shran will alert Yemond, Michaels, Taven, and Saval, because he doesn't know Saval has already been alerted. Shran to command staff. We are requested and required to report to Admiral Haggard's office in 20. That is 20 standard minutes.
Copy that, Commander. I'm already aware. But thank you
Understood,
for the
Commander.
And then Shran will quick-foot it back to his quarters and change uniform.
Hey, you have to look clean and snappy in front of the Admiral.
Fitness con difficulty of 2, Commander Shran. To double time it back to your quarters.
It's con diff 2. Not going to have a focus for this, I can tell you, unless you'll take survival.
And increased
and what the hell, I'll
complication.
give you a threat for a third die. Sure, I'll take the increased complication. A third die, threat for third die, and bold. Con. Reroll the comp.
Two momentum gained.
I do see him as the kind of first officer who always manages to show up just perfectly pressed and creased, or whatever the 23rd, 24th century equivalent is.
All of you arrive outside of. You're then direct as you arrive outside the station commander's office. You're then directed to proceed over to the Argo's briefing room. The meeting location was changed last minute.
Okie dokie.
If you guys wish to have some small chit chat on your way to the Argo's briefing room, you're more than welcome to.
I don't like these last minute changes.
I think on the way there, since Yamond hasn't met Michaels yet, he might introduce himself to Michaels.
I believe Michaels is AFK currently.
Oh. Okay.
Any idea what this might be about, Captain?
Apparently, it's a mission briefing.
Short notice.
Mission briefing. Ship.
What's that, Taven? You're in and out there.
How could we have a mission briefing? We don't have a ship.
Well, last time we didn't have a ship and they gave us one.
Let's just hope it's not another Archer class vessel.
Oh, I don't know, Captain. It's a lot of fun to fly.
Yeah, but you can't shoot anything.
Captain, you may have been spending too much time around Commander Taven.
No,
Hey, what does that
Commander.
mean?
I came from the security world, Commander.
Understood, sir.
I wasn't always a diplomat.
And as you're being, as you board the Argo, which is currently docked, on the docking ring is, open space. All of you notice a Klingon bird of prey currently docked nearby.
So
I
they,
wonder.
don't
This
try
is
that
gonna be
blood wine.
interesting.
Like it.
Has the Kittimer Accords been signed yet?
Oh, yeah.
This is out of character, by the way. I'm
Long
not
time
sure.
ago.
I'm just curious.
A long time ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's old news at this point.
Why is the Klingon
Oh, this
here?
is unexpected. Looks like I'm probably gonna have to brush up on my Klingon.
Agreed. This is unexpected.
Funny, Captain. I was actually
I wonder
just
if this has.
having some blood wine earlier.
Well, hopefully it was the synthahol version.
Knowing
Whatever
Taven,
it
it
was horrible.
probably wasn't.
I drank, but I didn't swallow.
Okay. Sure.
Well,
Well, I'm sure the Admiral's waiting on us.
follow the captain on to the Argo.
I think we all are.
As you board the Argo and you head towards the briefing room, you notice that at the doors to the briefing room, keep in mind this is not on the bridge. This is not like on the conference area. It's a little bit deck lower.
Right.
You notice that there are 2 armed guards at the door.
Since when does a security briefing require armed guards?
I'm guessing we'll find out. It might have something to do about those, that ship. Gentlemen, I believe we're expected.
Indeed, you are, sir. Right this way. And the door slides open, and all of you enter into the briefing room. In the briefing room, you see Admiral Haggard sitting at the edge of the desk, followed by another admiral to his right, and to his left is a Klingon warrior. Standing behind the admiral you're not completely familiar with is a Cardassian woman wearing a black Cardassian uniform.
I'm gonna whisper to like whoever's closest. I guess that's why the security detail.
Captain Maxwell.
Admiral?
And you and your officers can take a seat.
Thank you.
This is Admiral Whitley of Starfleet Intelligence. And this is Kella of House Duras. Admiral Whitley has need of a group of Starfleet officers for a time-sensitive and, frankly, dangerous mission, which, of course, made me immediately think of you and your crew. Admiral Whitley?
Thank you, Admiral Haggard. Before I get started, we are definitely in need, as the Admiral says, a very time-sensitive mission. And seeing how Captain Maxwell, you and your senior staff are free, I think there is no better crew to undertake this rescue operation. My friend here will brief you on more of the details. Kind of steps forward a little bit in view. A former Starfleet intelligence officer who was operating for several decades in Cardassian space was recently captured. Though you may find this strange, this officer went missing around 60 years ago and suddenly turned up in the Torga system within Cardassian space. This individual in question is named Captain Maximilian Rogers. From all the reports from Starfleet Intelligence, he went missing after going for some ancient Bajoran relic in 2296. For the personal inquiry about this, considering we believed Captain Rogers to have been MIA, if not KIA, within Cardassian Space. It has something to do with his wife, who was Bajoran. Currently,
Out of character, I'm going to ask, when was the Cardassian occupation? Is it currently happening
it is
right now?
currently happening right now, yes.
When did it start?
25 to 30 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about the interruption. I just wanted to get that cleared up.
Captain Rogers is currently being held at a POW camp. I'm losing my guy. In the Chintoga system. Reports there indicate that Captain Rogers' mental state has deteriorated. And recent news is that Gul Bemlet has, updated information, Leglet Bemlet has taken interest in Rogers and this possible relic that he found, though no relic was discovered on him during his capture.
$60 years ago.
Haggard looks at Whitley and the Cardassian woman. Maximilian Rogers. Spent a lot of time undercover as a tramp freighter captain, moving around the Trill and Trillius and the Regulon sector, I believe.
Whitley kind of turns to like, that is correct, Captain. Actually, I believe you helped him out on a couple occasions.
Indeed. And as I recall, when it came to his wife, he was, well, let's just say that he appeared to love her very much and was willing to risk quite a lot for her sake. Remember if I ever saw his wife's name. But this you'd have to be almost as old as I am.
Precisely, yet it doesn't seem that Captain Rogers has aged a day. As the Cardassian woman speaks up.
I had a security officer around that time who, on some away mission to Cardassian labor camp. It was actually one of the first times we encountered your people. The security officer helped a Bajoran find one of their artifacts. I have no idea if it was the same type, but it seemed to exhibit extraordinary power, off the charts, actually. It's something similar.
Which is why Bemlet must not get his hands on the relic.
Forgive me if I'm rude or anything like this, but you're here representing the Cardassian government. Am I not correct?
You can assume I am not here.
So,
With
Nor was I
Starfleet
ever here.
intelligence, it's better not to ask questions.
forgive
Yes,
me, I've never been in this situation before.
Haggard says, yes, this entire mission is an Obsidian Black Op, and I look at the Cardassian with kind of a, I don't know. Semi-resigned but disgusted gaze.
Forgive me then. Probably should not have asked.
Whitney begins. Captain Maxwell, you will take command of the USS Montana again. Your cover is you will be. Currently, there is a hole within our sensor net. You'll be using the Montana to essentially monitor the region. Usually, the Cardassians don't care too much about this, but our space weather reports indicate that there will be an ion storm along your current course. With some careful maneuvering and a convenient sabotage, the Montana will will send the course off and into Cardassian space. There, you will get captured and sent to the POW camp. Captain Color here will be monitoring your progress and will be responsible for your evac. And my agent within the compound will be able to give you the appropriate equipment to help you rescue Captain Rogers and make your escape. Keep in mind at this POW camp, as Whitney goes on, there is also 45 Starfleet officers as well as several Klingons. There are also reports of Cardassian dissidents being housed there. Unsure as to what will happen to them is unclear. Try to bring everyone home if you can, but Captain Rogers is your priority. Any questions?
I don't have any questions right now. Just that this is going to be a fun one.
Begging the Admiral's pardon, says the Shran. But what if they don't take us to this prison camp in the Setlik? The Chintaka system. Chintaka system. What if they decide to take us elsewhere for enhanced interrogation or whatever?
All Starfleet personnel who are found are taken there. The planet in question is inhabited with only the POW camp currently in its position.
And approximately how many Klingons are also there?
Between 15 and 20 Klingons. And Kellis slams his. You have nothing to worry about the Klingons there. We're going along with this mission to rescue our own too. So, the Empire will stand here with you and help you out with any needs you might need. And he kind of looks to the Cardassian woman.
Of course, Commander. I was just wondering how many people we had to get out in total. And this operative we're to make contact with, Admiral?
The Cardassian woman kind of speaks up. You will not make contact with him. His identity must remain a secret. He will give you the appropriate equipment at the appropriate time.
I can't think of anything else, Captain.
I'd look over to the Klingon. If I might ask, if we do rescue them, how will these Klingons be received, being our PWs?
Federation and The Klingon Empire are currently friends. There should be no hostilities. We have a common foe in our midst. And he just kind of daggers the Cardassian.
I was more referring to how will your society welcome the Klingon prisoners back?
They are
Yes,
members of
I
House
have to-
Duras. They'll be welcomed back. You have nothing to fear about that. They are honorable warriors.
That's where I was going to agree with the questioning of Tavin. If I understand Klingon culture, it is better to die with honor than to be taken captive. If I recall, being taken captive destroys one's honor.
Their capture was a lure. It's an insult for them to be captured in such a way. They will re-earn their honor back in the battlefield.
And Taven, not Taven, the Shran steps in. And I'm sure, as honorable warriors, they have not ceased in their efforts to attempt to escape their captivity.
Many of them probably died gloriously trying to escape.
Have no doubt of it.
Pardon me to interrupt, but
Shran shoots a
Jim?
warning look at Savell.
Right. I apologize, Commander, but pardon me to interrupt, but we even trust the information with all due respect? Can we even trust the information coming from this Cardassian emissary?
Emily Whitney speaks up. I trust this information and I stake my career on it. Is that satisfactory?
Also staking our lives on it.
We are at war, so that's kind of what I'm a little concerning with. But okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Savell. This is news to me. I didn't think we were at war yet. That
We
was
aren't
just
we?
a armed conflict.
This is out of character. I
Eh,
thought we were because we did.
It's not
Fought
a war.
Cardassian.
So, Federation Council has
okay.
been debated not to even declare open war against the Cardassians, but it has been met with much resistance. So far, it is a open-end conflict with no end of sight.
Okay.
But no official war has been declared on either side.
Okay, so let me rephrase that then. We are currently in a conflict with each other. Is how I will rephrase that. I did not know. I thought it was called a war at that point. At this point,
Haggard will speak up. You are likely to discover in your career, Lieutenant, that lines aren't always quite as clear as we might find convenient. There are, more often than not, more things going on than would appear on the surface. There are always actions, always backdoor channels and communications. In any event, you have my word that should this operation go sideways, I kind of glance at the Cardassian and at Whitley, that I will move heaven and earth to get you back. If that means launching an invasion of the Chintaka system, so be it.
Admiral, I don't think we need to go that far. That would openly cause the Cardassians to declare war, something of which we probably want to avoid.
When I need to be advised on grand strategy by Lieutenant Junior grade, Doctor, I'll certainly let you know.
My apologies, Admiral.
Saval will give a raised eyebrow at the doctor, but remain quiet.
I will note the encampment is well fortified and does have transporter dampeners on there. So transport will not be capable or be possible right away. You will have to disable the dampeners once you arrive.
How many
Shran
prisoners are
looks
there?
at Taven and goes, "Well, we've done that before. At least we're familiar with Cardassian dampeners."
Aye. They luckily break easily.
It helped to have an engineer along.
Uh, how many Klingon and Starfleet officers we have to rescue here? Grand total.
The number is unclear, but you're expecting potentially 65.
Right.
And all that fit on a can all those people out of character? Can all those people fit on a Klingon bird of prey?
Well, we know that there's one docked at the station, but we've also seen cloaked stuff flying around out there, so it may be more than one.
Very well.
And depends on the bird of prey. Turns out there are like 12 different variants and sizes.
There's the scale 5 version, which this one probably is. So.
Wait, there's a scale 5 version of the bird of prey? Oh wow.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay.
The Burrell's the small one, and then there's scale 5 one is, but yeah, it's pretty much a battle cruiser.
Yeah. Okay. Because I thought the only bird of prey they had was the Burrells.
No, they just scaled it up. Another one.
Right.
The Klingon book is mostly birds of prey of various models and tweaks.
Yeah, the bird of prey was the easiest made, I guess, or the most mass manufactured, or something like that.
Cheap to make. I would assume pretty much.
Makes sense.
And just put some duct tape on it. You're good.
Duct tape fixes everything.
Exactly.
Got a little pipe to open. There you go.
Admiral, guys, who's up? Pack light, gentlemen. You most likely won't be able to keep whatever you bring on board the Montana.
Understood. One other question for you, Admiral Whitley.
Go ahead, Captain.
Is this getting written down in the black book?
This operation is to remain secret for the time being, but then will be open-ended upon success. If you are not successful in the operation, then this never happened.
Understood. So black book it is.
Admiral Whitney kind of stands up. Well, gentlemen, I wish all of you good luck and Godspeed. He kind of motions with the Cardassian woman and to escort her out of the room. This will be a glorious battle to help our fellow comrades who have been dishonored and help them regain their honor. I will see you on the flip side.
Indeed.
Tiger kind of looks at him at that expression. Captain, gentlemen, I'm sorry to have thrown you into the latrine like that, but if anybody can pull it off, I know you can.
Agreed, Admiral. I do have one issue with this entire plan. I didn't want to discuss it with the other three here.
You only have one issue. You're doing better than I am. Go ahead.
Captain Kella of House Doros. I don't trust him.
Why? All reports on House Doros indicate that it's in high standing. It's got a seat on the High Council. Because
Yes, but
one
if
of the
you listen to
founders
what he was,
was quite significant in helping defend against the Romulans in the Kittimer massacre.
yes, but if you listen to what he was saying, Admiral, everything he was saying was for his people. He not once made mention to the Federation people either. I mean,
Did notice that.
Yeah. I have a high suspicion that he's going to extract his people and leave us high and dry.
I meant what I said about getting you out if things went sideways. We'll do everything I can. However, I share your suspicions about this operation. Let's hope that they are unfounded. I would suggest that if you can figure out a way to smuggle in some kind of communications device that's not dependent on the help of this mysterious operative, that you do so, and perhaps some sort of stealth subdural bioprobes that are capable of at least letting a ship pick up your signal. I'm sure your engineer and science officer and doctor can come up with something, but I would advise you not to rely on safety and security of communications of others if you can avoid it.
I'll get on top of that way, Admiral. And I apologize for my comment earlier.
Forgotten, Doctor. I'll go further. I will try to get a ship, perhaps the Argo herself, out in that region of space, if nothing else, as a search mission for the missing Montana. I can create some diplomatic noise, but hopefully put us in a position to catch up any transmissions you might make.
I'll turn to
Hopefully.
Lieutenant Saval. Sorry. I'll turn to Saval and go, just had a thought. It's something I've read about, only in passing, but how small have they made subspace beacons?
Does my character know that? How small?
Do you have a focus in subspace communication?
I do not.
Then you are unaware of how small they can get.
I am Captain. I am unaware of how small they can get. Subspace communication, perhaps, maybe the science officer knows a little bit more on that.
Michaels?
Michaels, you here?
I think he's still AFK.
Well, Admiral, I figure that if there's one small enough that a subspace beacon would be best.
Agreed. See what you and your team can come up with. By the way, the GM's BRB'd.
We'll get started on it. So,
Good
do
luck,
you mind
Captain.
if we
Hopefully,
coordinate? Do you mind if we coordinate with your engineering staff on station?
of course not. I'll issue the appropriate orders. I'd advise you to keep it as low key and in-house as possible. If that Cardassian is part of the organization, I think she is. There might be ears listening for anything you might do that's outside of the normal getting ready for the mission. Hopefully, we're just being paranoid and everything is on the up and up. But with as many infiltrators as just your crew alone have uncovered, and all of the Cardassian shipments of military communications equipment, fortunately, I'm not in a very trusting mood. But we need to get this operation on the road, Captain. So I'll wish you and your crew good luck, and I'll be keeping an ear out.
Agreed. We'll take a little bit of time to gather the materials necessary and report to the Montana.
Very well. Dismissed.
I try to say something to the captain while we leave. Sir, perhaps we can do a security sweep of the Montana again, just to make sure we don't have any surprises.
Agreed. Just make sure that whatever sabotage they have in place remains in place and that it doesn't get activated early.
I'll work with I'll work with the doctor and the science officer to figure out the subspace beacon. Well, security handles that, I guess.
Agreed. Do what you can on the side. If I have to call in favors with stations engineering, I'll do it. But hopefully I got one or two friends around here somewhere.
So, and Savell or Saval will go ahead and speak to Michaels and the doctor about trying to get the subspace beacon small enough to be smuggled across the border.
Give me reason plus engineering or science difficulty of 2.
Can I get assistance on the roll, or is it just me?
You can have
the
one assistant.
The Shran, overhearing this, leans in and says, "It's not just smuggling across the border, Lieutenant. You're going to have to smuggle anything we take, probably inside ourselves."
So perhaps, are you thinking of a phaser, Commander?
No, I'm just advising you that once we're captured, the Cardassians' search and seizure of our persons and equipment will be thorough. Therefore, any sort of device that we can carry with us will need to be implanted one way or another.
So surgically implanted.
Perhaps. Study your prison histories, Saval. You'll be surprised at the ways people have managed to smuggle things in, even without the benefit of modern surgery. And then we'll leave them to themselves.
I was gonna say, yeah, I've once heard of a chemical compound that is meant to temporarily blind called pepper spray. This was an old Earth chemical used back in like believe, the 20th, 21st century of Earth's history. Someone was foolish enough to smuggle a can of that in their rectum. Unfortunately, the thing went off in and caused death, but he was able to smuggle it inside it.
Well, perhaps something that's not very dangerous to the living. All right, so I'm doing the roll. So it's engineering. What was it again?
Reason plus engineering or science, difficulty of 2.
We have 4 momentum.
Can
Can I
Michaels
get?
assist?
Yeah. I was about to
Yes.
ask that. Control engineering 42. So all right, I'll give you one threat for well, I wanted to activate bold.
You have
My
to give me a
engineering
threat.
bold. Yeah. I'll give you one threat for 3 dice. Activate just in case I have to re-roll anything. The momentum on the board in case. It will be control.
Reason plus engineering or science, difficulty of 2.
Okay. All right.
Would quantum mechanics work as a focus?
I'll
No,
re-roll
this
that
deals with
0.
subspace communications.
Re-roll that 0.
You gain 1 momentum. In your study, you know that bioprobes have been used to monitor the well-being of Starfleet crew members on away missions where um, they have to be away from sickbay. They do use a form of subspace communications. However, because of these bioprobes, it is not two-way communication, nor could it be used as a listening device. The other form of terms for tracking someone would be the use of a iridium isotope inside the bloodstream in order to monitor the location of the individual. The iridium isotope only lasts for roughly 3 days.
If I remember correctly, from Vulcan history, there is a Vulcan crystal that can be detected for quite some time. I'm hinting to,
Star Trek Beyond.
yeah, I'm
So,
hinting to that.
okay. Here's the thing, though. These have to be pretty much inside you. You cannot have them on you, because like you're narrowing your search to that. So anything like you bring with you would technically could be confiscated by the Cardassians once you are taken prisoner. Or,
I'm also thinking, surgically implanting a probe is perfectly fine, but they could have medical scanners that could pick up something like that. I'm wondering if we implant it directly into the bone and regenerate the bone as much as possible. Could those hide the probes from scanners? Could that hide the probes from scanners?
if they are looking for it, probably not.
What I was thinking was, for instance, with subspace beacon, putting it in a dormant state to where it's not sending out a signal, and if we do get into trouble, turning it on. So it couldn't be in the bone; it'd have to be under skin.
What
Right.
about those that technology that the Cardassian infiltrators in the Shiva 3 colony were using? They didn't use surgical enhancement, but they had a device that completely fooled our sensors.
We could try to replicate something like that and then hide it within the body. With my surgical skill, I should be able to do so.
Captain is right. We do need a way to
So
signal distress.
I will give you this one because it's been a while, but those devices were clipped on the side of them, and they actually wore it. They are about the size of a cell phone, one of the larger, cell phones, like
Right.
so roughly 4 to 6 inches, box shaped, clipped onto the side, and about like an inch thick or so.
We could probably put something like that. If we do decide to surgically introduce those, we could probably hide those like somewhere in the abdominal area. If I remember correctly, that's where some psychopaths have hid bombs in the early 21st century, and when they wanted to sneak explosives somewhere.
I think our best bet is going to be going along with the mission with only something to signal distress. I mean, there's not really much more that would be easy to take with us. That I can think of.
I'll get started locating a good location on the body where we can surgically implant these subspace beacons. And Saval, Michaels, if you could at least provide me something I could implant, I'd be very much appreciative.
I mean, it's literally a bioprobe. They're literally like an inch.
They just need to be jiggered so that they can be turned off and you can activate them somehow.
Yeah, they need to
Yeah,
be able to be. Yeah, they need to be offline when we implant them and be able to be turned on, even if they have to be removed to send the signal.
I'll get started on something on a good area of the body where we can implant them.
Understood.
I will go ahead and work on the device.
I mean, you don't need to work on the device. You just get some medical bioprobes. So,
Oh, okay.
well, subdermal bioprobes. So they go under the skin. And
I will.
That's true. Good.
I will need each and every one of you to report to sickbay before we enter Cardassian space, at the very least, though, in order for me to implant them.
Of course.
Perfectly fine.
Shran will take an Ushan tour, but not his family's Ushan tour. Because we must make our capture look real.
Hey,
he's just
the
going
Shran,
through his.
Yes, sir.
Going through his closet.
Can you give me an insight security roll real quick? Difficulty 1.
for what?
Just wait.
Oh, here goes nothing. My focuses will fit, but okay.
Well, you got it. As you're walking, I'm guessing the captain's in front of you.
Huh?
I'm guessing the captain's in front of you.
Yeah.
Right now. If
Sure.
you notice, just underneath his uniform, at the back of tucked into his pants, you see a flash of metal.
Good for the captain. Yeah, I'll just sort of note that to self, but won't mention it.
Okay.
I just need to know which part where you want to implant the bioprobes. They will be inert, so they won't be detected. But
Part of me's thinking maybe like in the upper forearm, right in the muscle, or maybe somewhere near a vein, so that way when you activate it, it looks like you're taking your own pulse.
um, they're usually activated by electrical signal, or there's like a little button. So if you're going to activate it, you might have to remove it to activate it, or unless you can find some way to get a signal to it to remote activate it.
Well, I was thinking maybe pressure could activate it. Almost like a button on the inside. You just push on your muscle.
That could there could be it could wouldn't work that way, because you could whenever you activate it, you could actually, if it was active, it would accidentally deactivate itself. So
Okay. So maybe something more timed then.
the issue is you don't know when you're going to be captured.
Yeah, that is.
Forearm still
know what?
works. We'll just have to cut it out. If it's inert and shouldn't show up on scans, either forearm or like in the one of the great muscles of right on the outside of the thigh, where you can dig in pretty good without worrying about
Yeah, and
hitting a
if
major artery.
If Yemon needs to extract it, he does have trauma surgery, so and emergency medicine.
Well,
So he should be able to.
It needs to be somewhere implanted where any of us could take a blade of some sort and dig it out and activate it, because we don't know who or in what situation we might have to activate it. So subcutaneous, but not so deep that the Shran, for example, couldn't take a knife or a sharpened piece of whatever and dig it out of his arm or thigh or what.
Yeah, that's one reason why I was saying maybe the upper forearm, because it is pretty meaty up there. You can easily hide it, and if it's just underneath the surface, you won't have to dig very far.
Yeah, that's fine.
Of course, that could work for a lot of us human, like physio. With Alarian, is it? Is that how you?
Aurelian.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's got like humanoid forearm basic structure, arm basic structure. So, speaking of, Taven, are you ready to throw a fight?
Gotta make it look real, though.
Well, that's what I mean. I'll go down swinging, but I don't have to pull anything back. Eventually, they'll overwhelm me, but I've seen you in action. You may have to throw a fight.
All right. Well, if there's only one left,
stormtrooper in a red shirt. Yeah, GM, pretty much the only thing Thashran will be taking is his comm badge and a Ushantor, but not his main family one.
Okay.
So any like daggers stuff like that, that's an opportunity cost of 1 that anybody wishes to take. So like Ushantor is like I think considered a dagger, so that would be opportunity cost of 1 if it's not like a family relic type deal.
Yeah, but I have the Ushan talent.
Right, but that applies to that Ushan, doesn't it not? You had to, find one.
Sure, that's fine then.
I mean, you could always have one replicated.
Yeah, I mean the way I look at that talent is it means that I have a special one, that's passed down or whatever. But I mean, yeah, you can get other things. Is that opportunity as well, GM, or just escalation? No.
It's just opportunities. It's not escalation.
Okay.
Then in that case, you'll need to spend 2.
Okay. 1. Because I know they'll take it away from me eventually, so I'm not going to take the real one.
Anything else before you guys board the Montana?
Other than Yaman sending a last minute message to his family, not really, no. I mean, he knows the risk. He's that's why he's sending the message.
Does the message contain any classified information such as your mission and I'm going to be captured by Cardassians?
No, it's one of those messages where if I go into battle and die, you happen and all.
Oh, and Doctor, when we come to the sickbay for the implantation, make sure everyone is fully inoculated with whatever prophylactics you can give us, particularly for radiation. Anything that might help with nutritional deficiencies, or anything you can think of that we might need in a adverse situation.
Right.
Mr. Michaels, see what you can find out about the Chintaka system.
The Chintaka system. How far away is that?
Going to get a lot closer in a day or two.
So, if the beacon is already been made, Saval, I think, will look into what the captain wanted. I can't remember again what it was. With I think it was the engineering department, right?
It was the subspace beacon, but apparently the bioprobes will do the job just fine.
Okay. That was it. All right.
So to dig up some information on the Chintoka system, that's going to be reason plus science difficulty of 1, assisted. I'll roll the dice, but it'd be assisted by the station. They'll pull up some information on it. And the station is no help to you.
I will spend a momentum.
Got it.
Come on, station. I would expect that from the ship, not you.
Gained 2 momentum from the roll. 1 was spent. The Chintoka system is kind of a. It's got like 7 planets or so in it. There are 3 habitable planets within the actual system. 2 of the habitable planets are actually sort of tidally locked to each other, or well, sort of bound locked to each other in a way. They orbit very close to each other. Ooh, I get a threat. And you have a bonus momentum for question. The 3rd planet is a Class L planetoid. It is habitable, but it's not anything special. Any further questions will cost momentum. You do get, technically right now, you do have a 1 float. So you do have 2 free questions at the moment.
Yes, based on the sensor readout, how far away is the Chintoka system?
Currently from Starbase 211, it is 6.4 light years away.
And based on the knowledge we have, is there anything specifically dangerous about the planets we're going to, like any archaeological sites or stuff like that?
So the planet in question is in Cardassian Space. It has not been surveyed by Starfleet or any Federation vessel. So information is very limited in terms of if there's any archaeological sites there or not. From long range scans, the Chintaka system is supposed to be inhabited. There's really not supposed to be anyone there.
All right. Did you say it was supposed to be inhabited or uninhabited?
So, uninhabited. Essentially, there is no advanced civilizations there to speak of.
Okay. Do we know what planet the POW camp is on?
The first one. Essentially T'Chaka 1. It's the
Right.
larger of the Class M, the 2 Class M planetoids.
Okay, so it's not on the Class L. Okay. All right. I can't think of anything else.
I can't either.
Let's go punch some Cardassians.
Will you find a way to hide a phaser? We can be armed in case.
I mean, up the rectum.
Well, I
Sure,
mean,
scanner would
we're
see
gonna
that.
we're gonna fight if we're boarded, but the whole point is to get captured, and I don't think we can really smuggle in a phaser.
I think
Even
a
just hold up
Type
his
1 would be
fists.
small
I
enough
come
to-
fully armed.
Yeah, a Type
I think
1.
a Type 1 phaser would be small enough.
Yeah, but unlike a bioprobe, phaser's going to be emitting. You're not going to be able to really
that is
hide
true.
a phaser from a scan.
Fair point.
That is true.
Why has that guy got a power pack up his ass? Oh wait,
Hey, we can always smuggle a can of pepper spray up our butts. Just don't get bumped against the wall.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So, anything else you guys wish to look up?
I don't believe there's anything else that I can take with me. Tricorder maybe, but I don't believe, because I think a tricorder would be taken though, would be
I mean,
confiscated.
so you're gonna be on board the Montana, so you're gonna have access to all your typical equipment while you're on board the Montana. So this is to hide anything on you for when you're searched that won't be discovered, which is gonna be pretty limiting.
Anyone want to try to smuggle a shiv?
A knife? Isn't that a dagger?
A prison knife.
I mean, Savell is an archaeologist and engineer. I don't believe he can smuggle in any weapons. Yeah, a good way to get internal bleeding. Right back.
Okay.
With that, we change scenes. So all of you begin boarding the Montana. You get word that Commander Young is not too happy to see his only supply ship go off on a mission that he's not privy to know about.
These quarters are small.
Keep in mind, you will not be having access to supporting characters.
Right.
I think that's fine.
Although I feel like Han Duo is perfectly suited for this ship.
I mean, would you rather play a supporting character for the duration of the mission outlined instead of your character?
No, it's just this ship happens to look like another ship.
Oh, I know what you're getting at.
To be fair, you're only seeing part of it.
How many decks is this class anyway?
There is 3. Below is a
3 decks.
sort of a cargo area, and above is there's little sort of cylinder portion that goes out, and there's essentially the deck above you is a very small space, which essentially has a what used to be a torpedo launch area, but was being converted to a sensor station, essentially.
In essence, this ship has pretty much been gutted of all weapons.
It has phaser banks, and that's it.
I'm gonna. If I was the captain, I'd feel very naked without the torpedoes.
You have no idea.
Any role play you guys wish to do on the Montana, as you have been cleared to depart and speed things along a little bit because we are 2 hours into the session. You are currently started your essentially sensor sweep of your plotted course?
I'll go ahead and properly meet Ensign Michael since I was confined to Starbase 220. Was it 221? I'm helping with a medical emergency.
Two
If
one
that's all
one.
right with Michaels. Yeah, 211.
Yeah, it's all right.
So you're the new science officer.
Yes, and from the crew record, it says you're the doctor?
Yes, Alex Yamond. And I extend my hand to shake his hand.
Michaels shakes Yaman's hand. It's pronounced Yamand, right?
Correct. Sorry I wasn't able to join you guys last time, but from what I understand, it was a interesting experience. Being on this ship, I can probably understand how interesting. And a good look at the ship, actually.
Well, sadly, I was not able to reach the starbase in time to be able to go on the previous mission of the Valor.
Well, can't miss much. If anything, I have the patients in the 212 sick bay that will tell you the outcome of that mission.
By the way, I've never seen this class of ship before. Do you know where the science lab is?
I'm lucky I barely found the sick bay. Though it's small enough, I'm sure we can. I'm sure I can help you find it.
I would be grateful if you were to do so.
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and help him try to find the science labs on the ship. So,
Insight con difficulty of 1.
and that's me rolling, right?
Yes. Gain a momentum. As you look through the schematics and how small the ship is, there does not appear to be a science lab on the ship.
Jeez. I thought the ship was bad before, but it doesn't even have science labs? I got lucky with a sick bay at least, I guess, but no science labs? Jeez.
I guess it's off to the bridge for me then.
Oh. Did you grow up on Earth or raised on a starship? Colony world?
I was raised on a colony world. I believe it was Gagarin 4.
What was it like for you?
It was interesting. The colony did not have that many supplies coming in when I was growing up, but it worked.
Nice. I grew up on a starship. Both my parents were Starfleet officers. In fact, I think they still are. The ironic thing is they didn't want me to become Starfleet for some reason.
Well, hopefully the reason that happened, that they didn't, doesn't come to pass.
Oh, trust me, if it had come to pass, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. It's good meeting you, Michaels. Be sure to report later back to sickbay so I can implant the beacon in you.
Same to you, Lieutenant Timond.
Just call me Alex. Thanks. I feel like we can be friends here.
Well, something that's interesting is you can call me Alexander.
Very well, Alexander. I'll see you later for your implantation.
See you then. And Michaels will walk off to the bridge, and when he gets there, he will sit in the chair and pull out a pad. I think those exist at least.
Yeah,
they should.
You have access to the pads and stuff. You just notice that the computer systems are definitely antiquated. It's at least been upgraded a couple times, but it's very reminiscent of a era that has long since passed.
I'm thinking an NX-01 ship, or or is it the Franklin Bridge from Beyond?
No, it's roughly about the same era as when the colonies were first launched, so 2240s. So original series.
I'm trying to remember. The Franklin was before that, wasn't it?
Franklin
those movies.
I mean, the Franklin technique would have been right around. Actually, it was launched before the NX line, supposedly. So, but it was the first series ships to break warp 4. They didn't go very fast.
Captain.
I mean, technically, I was gonna say technically the Franklin would be considered canon, but
yeah, but I hate those movies. Captain, might I suggest we get Engineer Saval to rig us up something. We're going to have to make it look good, so some maneuvering, but on the first hit, no matter how strong, we need to make it look like they've disabled us. Captain?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. I only caught the last bit of what you said.
Oh. Recommend that we have Lieutenant Saval prepare to make us, to disable us on the first hit we take. We need to make it look good, so I'll fly as fancy as I can, but we can't risk actually getting destroyed. So I think on the first time we get hit, no matter how lightly, Saval should be ready to throw the switch and have us disabled.
We can't make it too easy for them. How about the first effective shot they have on us?
Certainly, sir. I'm just saying that we need to get Saval to get that rigged up.
Agreed. Game mechanics wise, what scales the ship?
3, I think.
Yeah, I think
Scale
so.
2.
What I'm thinking.
Scale 2, yeah. So
okay,
yeah, we can't. Yeah. First shot.
What
we can't say 2.
Right. Game mechanics wise, what I'm thinking is when our shields go down, if it's the first hit, fine, all well and good. But basically, mechanics-wise, 2 breaches and we're disabled.
Aye, sir. Strand to Lieutenant Savell. He's BRB'd, isn't he?
Yeah, he's BRB.
Probably eating dinner, so he'll be a while. So GM, you want to just maybe note that roll so that when he comes back, you can.
Yeah. Keep in mind the there's some stuff intelligence to the ship too. So that Saval would.
There's what now?
There's. I'll give Saval a roll, so you guys will find out soon.
Okay. Yeah, once we're all aboard and good to go, the Shran will request permission from Starbase Control and take us out to our assigned
you're
patrol station.
You're already on patrol station, so
okay.
I sped up things a little bit.
Oh, cool. Yep. I'll assume a standard patrol to make sure we plug that sensor gap.
Michaels, as you're sort of digging through looking at your pad, trying to work on a side project you've been wanting to work on, give me reason, actually insight plus science, difficulty 2 to notice something on your sensor console.
Could I use a moment?
Sure.
Gain a momentum.
I'm kind of curious, which is smaller, the RA class, which is the USS Raven, or this class?
This would be smaller.
Oh, this ship is smaller than the Raven. Jeez.
Yes, Ensign.
I believe they took the bait. There's a Gaylor class shadowing us.
Great. Perfect.
That's early, Captain. We were supposed to let an ion storm push us over. I don't like this.
I don't either, but at least they're following us. Maybe they'll hit us once we get into the ion storm. I don't know. Or the ion storm is late. You know how weathermen can be.
Michaels, are they paralleling our course in Cardassian space, or have they crossed over into Federation space?
They're currently paralleling
Okay.
vector.
Keep an eye on them, Michaels.
Affirmative, Commander.
Kind of curious. At this point, have I already done the surgical procedure on everyone, or am I still doing that?
You guys did that at the starbase. There was no roll for it.
Okay. Okay.
The ship suddenly loses main power as the lights go out.
Ava, are
We
you back by
expected
any
this,
chance?
people.
Actually, I don't think we did.
They said in the briefing that we would be, due to convenient sabotage, we would be disabled. I think.
Oh. Missed that.
A few moments pass by as, since Saval's here, he's going to succeed at cost at this. The power comes back online, and your console begins to beep frantically at you, Michaels.
Alrighty. With main power back on, let's see if we can just maintain our heading. Trying. Oh, good grief. Stick to the standard patrol path and
The
let's
ship
say
the ship is rocked as the warning lights on Michael's console goes off, warning him about the ion storm. And on the view screen, you can see the rush of the electrical storm brush across the hull of the ship.
Well, there we
Blue
go.
alert! Blue alert! Shields to full.
And you are currently swept into the ion storm as you now have to navigate your way out of it.
Make it look good there at the Shran. Try and keep
Aye,
us.
sir.
Make it appear like we're trying to stay on the Federation side.
Yes, so I will navigate. Oh, go ahead.
So keep in mind, Michaels, you can roll essentially a navigation check to help Sashran lower the difficulty of the next con task if you wish, to kind of break free of this ion storm. You just need to tell me which direction you want to go.
Where's the Cardassian Federation border?
Unfortunately, you don't know because you're kind of in the ion storm at the moment. But you were very close. You were technically in the contested zone, which both Cardassians and the Federation claim as their own currently. So it is not unheard of, with both sides being.
Okay. Based on our last heading, and where we were in relationship to the border, Shran is going to move to this hex, E11, while attempting to make it look like that he's trying to turn back on the course that we were on to get safely back into Federation space, but is being pushed, pulled, or whatever by the storm.
To navigate it without a sort of navigation check, it's going to be a daring plus con, difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's engines plus con.
All right, take a threat for bold and the third die. Helm operations, astronavigation.
Helm operations would be appropriate for this.
Want to get the ship, Cap, or shall I?
You'll have to do it.
That was engines con, GM.
Yes, engines con. Gain 2 momentum.
Good old ship. Good old ship. On you. Don't underestimate the Montana. She's a good little ship.
Probably in navigation. I'm not going to count on it in a firefight.
You can hear the sort of like a wind noise against the hull of the ship as you're flying through the ion storm.
Michaels, can you give me a navigation check?
Affirmative, doing that now.
All right, this will be the plot course action. So this will be reason plus con, assisted by the ship's computers plus con, difficulty of 3, which will reduce the difficulty by 1. You can reduce the difficulty further by 1 for every 2 momentum spent, which can be repeatable.
And we are capped at 6.
So, does the physics focus work?
This would be more like a navigation type check. So, no, physics will not apply here.
I will give you a momentum.
So we're going to spend a momentum.
Sensor science.
No, computers on.
It's totally off. No help.
Unfortunately, the storm is too erratic for you to plot a course through to the up ahead.
All right. So the Shran will attempt to side slip into E9. Again, trying to make it look like that he's kind of starting to make some headway back towards where he thinks Federation space was, but is struggling against the storm.
If you're moving the ship in that direction, give me daring plus con, difficulty of 4, assisted by the ship's engines plus con. As the
difficulty keeps going up.
It's just the bad pocket of space.
So 1 threat for bold and 2 momentum for die number 4.
All right.
Engines con. Ouch.
You did gain a momentum off the roll as the complications stand.
Yeah, I'm going to let it since we're kind of wanting that kind of thing to happen.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
One of the nearby consoles explode. Your phaser arrays go offline. Well, sorry, phaser banks go offline. this will require a daring plus engineering or security difficulty of 2 to bring the phaser banks back online.
Haven, see if you can't get the weapons back up.
Right away.
Daring plus security difficulty of 2.
I'll give you 1 threat. Hold security and extra die. And would shipboard tactical systems count?
Sure.
Guess I'll re-roll the.
Gain a momentum, and as it's really bumpy and shaky, you manage to get the phaser banks back online.
There we go. Touchy.
Good work, Commander. Michaels, find me a path.
Which direction do you wish to go?
Let's see, I'm trying to make it look like we're kind of battered back and forth, so I'm going to go D10. Who sank my battleship?
All right, Michaels, to plot a course through D10 is going to be reason plus con, difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's computers plus con.
I'd like to bend my
Sorry.
determination on the value older technology isn't necessarily worse.
I'll take that. Gained a momentum so far. I just need the ship's computers plus con. Okay,
No help.
so you reduce the difficulty by 1. Do you wish to reduce it any further?
It's going to be 3 or 4.
It's 2 momentum to reduce it another difficulty.
Right, but with the reduction due to the navigational path, what is the current difficulty?
Current difficulty is 3.
3.
I would
And-
like to reduce it 1 more.
Momentum.
It's 2 momentum.
There is another momentum.
Daring con difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's engines con.
Take a threat for die 3. I'll re-roll the 0, see if we can't get another comp. Tried.
Just need the ship.
On.
Get 3 momentum, so 1 float as you move easily into sort of ride the rapids through this little storm eddy portion. Where to next?
Which way? I mean, roughly on two-dimensional space, is the storm moving this way, or that way, or which way? Moving that way. Okay, so getting out of it, I probably need to head that. So I'll head for, is that C8? D8. This one.
Okay. Do you wish to lower the difficulty, or do you just want to fly straight into it?
Michaels, can you find me a path?
Reason con, difficulty 3, assisted by the ship's computers plus con.
I will spend another momentum. And probably because we're going to be doing this a lot, I'll spend two more momentum for walking encyclopedia to gain the focus for the rest of the session of navigation.
Astronavigation, okay. Keep in mind your complication range goes up by 1. When you use the focus. Keep in mind you also roll in a 1. So anyway, you do get a momentum back. You currently have reduced the difficulty by 1, so it's going to be difficulty of control. Daring con, difficulty of 2, assisted by the engines con. Wish to reduce it further, be 2 momentum.
I think we'll hold on for now. Take a threat for bold. For no good reason. And then here's the ship. Nope.
Gain a momentum, but you do manage to transverse, and it's a little easier in this pocket, but it is a very bad ion storm.
Okay, I'm going to head for D6 next.
Wish to reduce the difficulty, or you want to go straight into it?
You up for it, Michaels?
I should be able to do it.
Reason plus con, difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's computers plus con.
Take a threat.
Okay. Just need the ship. You do gain a momentum. There is a complication.
I think we want to quash that.
Okay.
So you have 4 momentum. Daring con, difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's engines plus con.
I'm just going to roll it flat.
One floats as you max out.
Ooh, the ship's just twisting and turning.
All right. You managed to get into sort of an easy, calm pocket within the ion storm with things a little bit clear up a little bit. You almost see stars for a moment as more of the ion storm embroids the ship. Where to next, gentlemen?
All right.
Commander, once we get clear of the ion storm, cut the engines and let us drift.
Aye, sir. I'm still thinking the edge of the storm is going to be this way, ish.
Is anyone else an issue?
Could you
I'm going
repeat
to
that?
plow a. Sorry.
Sorry, Iman, could you repeat that? cut out.
I said, was anyone else having issues hearing that, or was that just me?
Guess it was just you. So I'm still thinking that the edge of the storm is this way, some roughly ish. Right?
I cannot answer that for you because you have to sort of find your way out.
Fair enough. Okay, let's go for D4. See if I can just do it flat.
This will be a daring plus con, difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's engines plus con.
Make a threat. Okay, so we got all sorts of float.
3 float as you safely guide the Montana into a little bit more rough portion of the storm.
Right, can I use that 2 float to create an advantage to lower Michael's difficulty on his pathfinding roll, because since I headed for that patch of stars that I saw, the sensor, we're in an area that doesn't have quite the particle density, so the sensors are able to function more effectively.
Sure.
Okay. What do you see, Michaels?
If you want to do a general sweep of the area to figure out, difficulty-wise, you can also do that. I should have mentioned that earlier. That is more of a reason plus science roll, unless you just want to go straight for a navigation.
I'd like to do a sweep of the area.
That's going to be reason plus science, difficulty of 3, assisted by the ship's sensors plus science. I'm increasing the difficulty because I have all this threat.
And does astronavigation still apply for this?
No, this is more like a sensor sweep to figure out what the storm is currently.
I will spend a momentum.
Okay. You have 1 temporary momentum. You do gain a momentum. Currently, the storm it's approaching the ship is slightly more difficult over here, which that'll be more game mechanic wise. That's a difficulty 3 roll. Behind you, you have that lesser pocket you just came from, and the storm seems to be clearing in this direction, so that is a lower difficulty of 2.
Let's head there.
So D2.
Yep.
Daring plus con, difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's engines plus con.
Okay. Roll it flat.
Come on, complication. No! 2 momentum gained, which is 2 float, as the ship moves in. And you're starting to see stars up ahead.
Okay. See what that con task is what I need to pay the advantage about. Anybody think of a decent advantage?
I was thinking maybe we should give Saval advantage on deactivating the engines, considering we did just come out of an ion storm.
Yeah, but he's not here to make a roll. And an advantage from momentum gain on a roll has to be linked somehow to the task you just did, which was, a con task. So, maybe just reduce the difficulty of the next con roll.
Sure.
Move it to the edge.
Which way are you going? It would have to be C1 or E1, or unless you want to go back into the storm.
Okay, C1 then.
Daring con, difficulty of 0, assisted by the ship's engines con.
Okay.
And you fly the ship safely out of the ion storm.
Are we hand waving that Saval's got it? Our engine cut out, set up. Saval, rather.
As you come out of the ion storm, you are greeted by a Cardassian Valor class starship. They appear to be hailing you.
Did you say they were hailing us?
They are hailing you.
Open the channel.
This is Gul Zorak of the Cardassian Union. To Federation vessel, you have entered into Cardassian space. Drop your engines and prepare to be boarded.
We were caught in the ion storm. Our engines have been disabled.
Your engines appear fine to our sensors. Touch your engines and prepare to be boarded. This is your final warning, or we will open fire.
We've got multiple EPS relays blown out across the ship. Our engines are offline.
And the Shran will just be letting us drift. Ooh, can I use my con officer talent to place of engineering to make the warp engines fluctuate and go down? Like they've just given up the ghost.
Hold your position and prepare to be boarded.
And Maxwell's going to give the signal to end communications and basically say, well, guys, prepare for boarders.
Captain, shouldn't we make a run on impulse? Make it look good?
Use the thrusters.
Perhaps a little pot shot, sir.
I'd rather not start a war. If they fire, you can fire, but that's it.
Federation
Shran will
vessel,
try.
drop your shields.
Captain,
Reverse course. Thrusters only.
the Shran will.
As the
The Shran will head back to Federation Space on thrusters only. Trying
We
to
are now
evade.
We are in combat, so give me. Are you just doing a maneuver check, or are you doing evasive?
I don't know. I'm not used to just operating on thrusters.
Well, thrusters, you don't really move a zone. I mean, you
Right.
maneuver, you move one zone with thrusters. That's what you're just doing. You just go pretty much to long distance of them. But it's a difficulty 0 control con. It's just by the ship's engines con. Unless you want to do evasive right away off the bat.
Yeah, let me evade because I think that's what I would do in this situation.
Daring plus con, assisted by the ship structure plus con, difficulty of 1.
Okay. Give you a momentum for the third die because. Structure con, yeah.
2 flipped.
Okay, I will spend those immediately for precise evasion. Basically, we don't get the difficulty to attacks.
Okay.
You guys want to keep the initiative? We have 6 momentum.
Wait for them to shoot first, though.
I mean, I could. We're evading. Does that last until my next turn, or?
Yes, it lasts until your next turn.
Could Michaels make a roll to see if he could increase power to the shields?
So you have to keep the initiative to do that. You could attempt that if you want.
Might be better to look.
Well, we could keep the initiative, and the captain could direct the Shran to run, basically, so we could move, so it would look like we were trying our best to just get the hell back to Federation space.
Well, yeah, because that would count as my turn, and we could move another zone, couldn't we?
Yep. Here's 2 for keeping. I mean, they're gonna get us. We're just trying to make it look good. Yeah, then I will. Where's my cheat sheet?
If you're moving a zone, it's going to be control plus con, assisted by the ship's engines plus con, difficulty of 0. With the captain assisting with presence command.
Yeah, give me a second.
Just 1 zone on maneuver.
Yes, it's just one zone. And I'm just moving the tokens. You got to roll for
Okay.
So I'm just
Yeah.
moving the sheets or the tokens over for
Cool.
gain a momentum, gain 3 momentum. Just need the captain's roll with presence command. Do move a zone.
Give me a second. I got to open up my character sheet on my phone. Can you roll it for me real quick, Prax? This is taking longer than I'd like.
Yes. All the float in the world. So yeah, 4 momentum gained. You've already kept the initiative, so unless the captain wishes to spend 2 of that to do a swift task.
No, because I can't think of anything else to do right now.
All right, it passes to them. You have currently evasive action up. I will just do it. Maneuver to move in closer. And that 2 threat to keep the initiative. See, it's already base 3, so difficulty 4, guys. Man, making my job hard.
You got threat. You can buy all the dice.
I'm buying all the dice because you guys give me a bunch of threat during the storm. I didn't spend that. They're going to take a pot shot at you with their phaser arrays. Will increase the difficulty. They're going to target your engines. Well, it hits. I'll spend the 2 threat to squash that complication.
Oof.
2, 4, 6, 7, or 8, 9 damage. Subtract 2 from your current resistance, I believe. That is, I believe that is enough for 1 breach to your engine, so you take 7 points of damage. Where are you at on your shields?
Looks like we've got 5 more left. And it has a lot of power.
You know what? I'm going to spend a threat to do piercing. Oh, wait, it's also got versatile, so I don't need to spend the threat. So 1 to piercing and 1 to extra damage, so a total of 10. So it's extra 3. I will spend 2 threat to drop your shields for an extra breach.
Which should be 2 breaches, and we're disabled.
That to engines as well.
Actually goes to random, which goes to structure.
I think we're technically damaged because we're at half of our. Or is it total breaches? Okay. So if we've suffered 2 breaches, which is equal to our scale, or does it have to be on the same track?
Total, isn't it?
It is essentially to the actual ship itself. So your structure is damaged and your engines are instantly damaged. So your engines are total number of breaches. So it is gonna be very difficult to repair that. The ship also loses immediately 2 power additionally, and 1 power at every round. The structure is also damaged, so resistance goes down by 1. So you're at 1 resistance currently.
So I can't repair that then?
You can, but it's difficulty 3 to repair both breaches. But that is to get rid of the complication. So there's also a difficulty increase for all difficulty increase of 2 anytime the ship's engines is used. And that difficulty is, that's the repair task to remove that difficulty. But it just still means you're, and they also bleed in power.
Is the bleeding powder power a minor to stop, or?
No, it has to be repaired.
Okay.
Well, what do you guys want me to do? I can try to repair that if.
It does go to you guys.
They're in.
So repair it?
Captain?
You guys want to repair it? Okay. So what was the roll for that repair?
Which one are you repairing? Restructure, or are you repairing the engines? Because there's 2.
Oh. Captain, do you want us to repair it? Cap gone AFK.
Sorry, yeah, I did for a second. What's up?
We have 2 breaches, so both our engines and our structures are damaged. It's a roll that Savell could probably, I'm pretty confident that he can make it to repair them. Do you want us to?
I'd say the one to the engines is definitely yes, but I'm not sure about the other one.
The structure breach?
Yeah.
All right, so just the engines then.
Okay. To repair the engines, it's going to be a daring plus engineering, difficulty of 3, complication range of 3.
That was difficulty 3 to do both.
Because the damage to structure, the complication range is increased by 2 on all engineering checks.
Oh. Okay. E. All right. Will Warfield dynamics taking play as focus or no?
No, this would be more like emergency repairs.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that, unfortunately. do a bold, and there's 6 momentum on the table. And the difficulty was 3.
And don't forget your determination.
Difficulty is 3. Complication range is 3. Daring plus engineering.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and. Should I use my determination or?
Up to you.
I think I'll save it. Go for. I'll give you 1 threat for 3 dice just to activate the bold. I know we have 6 momentum. How much momentum would I have to give you to get 4 dice?
Just 2 momentum. You're
Sure.
rolling total 4.
Awesome.
You get a momentum back, and you repair the breach to. Well, the breach to the engines doesn't go away, but you're not going to be hindered by a power loss or the increased difficulty.
The engines have been repaired, sir, but it's not completely repaired. It's like a patched up repairs.
All right. Does the turn pass to them, or do you guys wish to keep the initiative?
Can we again?
You can keep the initiative. It is 2 momentum.
Guys? Did you give Taven a chance to shoot back at least once?
Yeah, definitely.
Smack him around a bit, Taven.
Control plus security, difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's weapons plus security.
I'll give you 1 threat for bold security. Tactical systems for focus.
You want to pump some extra power into this shot?
May as well give 1 good burst, whatever we got left.
Right now we're doing, what is it, GM 5 total damage? Scale security and banks.
Total of 5, yes.
One or 2 into it.
I say 2.
So you're going down to, that would be total of 3 power, and yes, your focus will apply. 7. Ship's weapons security.
Oh, sorry.
Weapons security from the ship. 2 momentum gained. Roll phaser damage. You'll be adding 2 extra power into the descriptor, so it'll be a total of 3 there.
You want to grab it, Taven?
Sure.
I've already put the extra power in the roller, but I figured you might enjoy. Shoot.
Which one do I roll?
Under weapons, the phaser banks.
You just hit the little Starfleet symbol.
Oh, there it is.
That's currently to their shields.
Versatile
Okay.
2, so 2 into piercing. That'll bring it up to
6.
4.
You
Up
put
to
both,
6.
if you put both versatiles into piercing, that would be that would give you a total of 6 damage.
which would be a breach on them.
Okay, let's do that.
Nice.
All right, and then I wish to whatever that task is to fire again.
Task.
You wish to swift task?
There's the momentum.
If you're going to shoot again, this is going to be a control plus security difficulty of 3, assisted by these ships, weapons plus security.
Okay. Can I use my determination or directives or
You will not be able to use your directive because your mission directive is you're trying to get captured. So you are going a little bit overboard in a way, but
all right, in that case, I'm willing to break the rules to get the job done.
that would be appropriate.
Just the regular shot will take us down to 4 power, just so you know before you decide whether or not you want to put any more in there.
Well, I mean, we're gonna get captured right after this, so maybe. And you know what? Just for shits and giggles, I want to call the shot to weapons, which I know.
That's going to increase difficulty by 1, so difficulty 4.
Okay, and I'll give you 2 threat to activate hold security.
Okay.
3 dice, right?
You'd be rolling 3 dice, yes.
Hey, let's see what happened.
Weapon security from the ship.
Alright, weapon security.
Sorry, jumped the gun. I got 2.
Okay.
6,
I'll take
8. 4 momentum gained. Roll phaser damage. Keep in mind, if you're, there should only be a 1 in the box unless you're pumping additional power into it.
May as well pump everything we got left. The 2 again.
So that'll put you at 2 power.
Bring us down to 2. Wow.
Count 8. Currently, that's 4 to them.
The 2 versatile into piercing.
That will be a breach, and it'll be a secondary breach as you take down their shields and boost through structure.
And I did
Y'all
call the
making
shot
fun
for
of this little
weapons.
ship.
Some breaches to
Apparently.
weapons, right?
It's just 1 breach, 2 weapons. The second breach is random.
Apparently, this
Yeah, but
this
2
old
total.
girl can pack a punch.
Okay, it passes to them.
Either that or
Lord,
the Cardassians
For
are
what
just
we're
really
about to
smart.
receive, make us truly grateful.
What scale ship are they?
4.
Weapons would be half their scale.
Yes.
Let's hope we haven't made them so pissed off they're not going to bother to capture us.
High or low, gentlemen, because you might have done that. Bear that on my mind.
Low.
Oh, all right.
Oop.
Probably could have gone high.
Yeah.
50-50
should've been
shot.
High.
50-50 shot. I mean, nice. You don't know.
They're absolutely gonna try to destroy us. I just know it.
That was a shot. I'm pretty sure they missed.
That was a structure engineering.
Then they're
trying to
making
repair
repairs.
the breach. I don't think they got it because the structure increases the.
It's just impacted for them. But it's back to you guys.
Should I work on trying to restore power, or
You've already gone.
No.
We're not at the next
Okay.
round yet. I believe Michaels and the doctor are left to go.
Do you want to go, Yamond?
I don't know what I can actually do, seeing as I'm the doctor.
Unfortunately, though, I don't think you can use your superpower because the only crew members on the ship
there's-
are you guys. So
Exactly my
Michaels?
point.
Michaels, you could attempt a restore power task. You could scan them for weaknesses. But we're down to 2 power.
Weaknesses. I might finish him off.
I don't think so because Prax isn't playing this by NPC ship rules.
No, this is a long shot, but could I make a roll to attempt to make them want to capture us alive with cultural studies as a focus?
here's the thing, though: you don't know if they're going to capture you or kill you now at this point. So and I believe the captain closed the communications channel. So
Let's just
Worst
go for
thing
power.
is the ship doesn't have escape pods.
I think it has 1.
Captain can accidentally fall into and launch out.
or the captain can just kind of like play a little joke on us, say, "Oh, what's that? What's that over there?" Sneak over to the escape pod and take it out.
captain has already gone.
Oh shoot! Okay, well we're by ourselves.
It's literally Iman and Michaels left to go.
I mean, if you wanted to try something like that, Michaels, you could attempt some sort of ruse with communications. Maybe use a code you know that they could break pretty easily, but that wouldn't look too suspicious, and send a message back to 211 with something in it that might up our chances of just being captured.
Could I make a
attack
roll
data, you know,
on a
vulnerable.
tight beam that they may be able to intercept, saying we've found a Obsidian Order officer on board?
I don't think they would buy that since they'd probably.
Is that where you're wanting to go with?
Of course, with the code that tells Starbase 211 that is not necessarily true. And yes, I would like to do that.
So this is going to be a opposed check of control plus engineering, assisted by the ship's communications plus engineering.
Would the focus in cultural studies work?
I would take deception. If you wanted to use cultural studies, it will be an increased complication.
I will not use the focus, but I will use the 6 momentum we have to buy 3 dice.
I'm sorry, do you want to roll 3 total or 5 total?
Keep in mind
5 total.
You're doing a type beam, so you're wanting them to listen in on it, but at the same time you're trying to also not be deceptive or be deceptive enough. So I have to at least succeed and match your roll in a way. And then you have to spend momentum on that. They're going to believe the transmission.
And I will roll 3 dice total.
So you're spending a momentum.
Nicely done.
I believe we also may want to squash the complication.
Okay. What was the ship assisting with?
I believe it was communications engineering or something like that.
No help, but no hurt.
Okay. You do gain a momentum. They're getting part of the transmission. What are you exactly saying?
This is the USS Montana to Starbase 211. We believe we have found a Obsidian Order officer on board. Code Michaels 79 Delta 3.
All right, Iman, it is your turn.
I don't know what I can actually do. No one's actually been hurt.
You can run frantically around the ship. Maybe try to do some restore power.
Maybe what?
You could try doing a restore power. or fix the structure breach if you want. It is outside your wheelhouse, but you can make an attempt at it.
Sure.
Your control engineering is not terrible. It's 12.
I'll try to restore power. Is it possible I can use one of my values?
What value?
I never stop trying to prove myself since I've never done this before and I'm trying to do something new.
Sure. This is going to be a daring or control engineering difficulty of 2. You will regenerate 1 power if successful.
And that's going to be a success, but I might as well just roll. We'll see if we generate momentum.
Which we do.
Gain 3 momentum. You have 1 float. You get 1 power.
Definitely put the float into power. Okay, so we're now at a total of 4 power. Our maximum is 10. If we spent these 6 momentum, we'd be back up to full power. But we may or may not want to do that.
I thought it was 2 power per moment.
No, that takes a talent.
Yeah.
Improved power systems or something.
Dang it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not an engineer.
Different talent.
What do you guys think? Maybe
Captain,
the extra momentum.
Captain, what do you want us to go back up to power, or you crippled, or?
Going ahead and go back up in power.
Okay. All the way back
Ending
up.
6. Yep.
All the way is good.
Can we raise shields again?
Shields are down. You
They
have
have
to
to do
cast roll.
Your restore shields task, yeah.
All right. Top
Yeah,
of the new round.
We're not fucked.
Top of the new round. It is their go.
On evasive action.
I guess it's just an advantage roll. Spend a threat. They're going to succeed at cost.
Power of threat right there, kids.
Demon, you weren't really there. While you're engaged in evasive actions and the Cardassian vessel is hot on your tail,
Maybe they'll just board.
Cardassian soldiers beam on board the Montana. Eamon, you're kind of in the hallway and you hear the sound of the Cardassian transporter.
Being boarded,
Oh
Captain.
boy.
That was their action, so one of you guys gets to go.
I vent them out.
You would have to decompress the entire ship.
Oh, well, I thought the ship had like compressed airlocks and with that, but guess not.
It does have compressed airlocks. However, it's one deck.
Oh, I can't just decompress that one section and then close off the other areas.
Savel's also in the hallway.
Yeah, I know. I was just curious, but guess I can't do that then. Can I? I guess not. Okay. Um, I will take cover as is taking cover as a minor.
Yes, taking cover is a minor action.
Um, yeah, okay. I'll take cover as my minor, and I will fire at the first Cardassian I see with my phaser.
There's definitely one Cardassian at the bend. Control security difficulty of 2.
I actually have a focus in that, so I'll give you one threat for 3 dice. And fingers crossed.
You hit roll phaser damage.
I just closed down the window for some reason. Oh, this is type 1. There's no type 2 phasers I can use?
You had to be a lieutenant commander rank or higher, unless you were given. That is currently 4 to him.
Don't think there's anything I can do to it. What do you... Or unless there is something I can do.
No, there's really not anything you can do. The turn will pass back to them. And the soldier is not too happy that he just got shot. You currently do have cover. I will spend a threat. He's going to aim and take fire at you. Will hit. Get my threat back. Spend that threat that I gained to reroll 4 dice. You take 2, 4, 6, 8 damage, Savel.
Oh.
What about
Okay.
cover?
Yeah,
Roll
cover.
2 cover. Roll 2 challenge dice. Seven stress. It is tooth. You can give me. You can, if you want, you can take a complication to stay up, or spend your determination, which I think you already spent your determination.
I did not spend my determination already. I have not.
Remember, our goal is to get captured. I don't think they were shooting lethally, unless I'm wrong, GM.
I did not shoot lethally, so
Well, our goal is to get captured, but make it look convincing. So,
We already scored 3 breaches on them and nearly pissed them off to the point of just it really might be time to start taking dives.
yeah, I think I'll spend my determination to stay up. Damn, I will go down. Damn, that I will go down without a fight.
all right. Keep in mind, if you get hit again, that injury will be lethal.
Oh,
Next injury will become lethal.
okay.
But you currently have 1 injury on your character.
Well, what? Okay, if I were to take it with a complication, stay up with a complication. Yeah, I think I'll do that instead. Stay up with a complication.
With the complication, the disruptor blast wounds you. You have an increase complication range, or actually, sorry, all difficulties to essentially fire, since it's in the shoulder. With your weapon is an increased difficulty and complication range of
By 2.
1. Complication range is increased by 1, and difficulty is increased by 1 for essentially any action you take.
Yeah.
For further action. I went, so it is back to you guys.
Um, you know what? Do you guys want to go?
Everyone's got to go, so.
Yeah, if you've got something you want to do, go ahead.
I was just gonna have my hands up, ready to surrender.
If you wish
the
to,
moment they bust through the door.
literally you're in like a little narrow corridor, and literally you see a Cardassian in front of you, ready to turn his weapon at you. So if you wish to hands up and surrender, you can do so. That is essentially free action. It would take you out of the fight, though.
Okay.
You can roleplay that out if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go. Wait! I'm just a doctor. I surrender.
On your knees.
And just throw my hands up in the air.
He
I'll
points-
go ahead and comply.
And that Cardassian will be there to take you in. It is back to them. He's gone. He's gonna rush to take cover and point it towards the bridge area.
Or open or closed?
I would assume closed. But he'll run. Okay, it's back to you guys.
Has the security systems alerted us that we've got intruders on board? I mean, do we on the bridge know?
Yeah, you know on the bridge.
And I'm pretty sure you heard the phaser fire too.
Can Taven just stand like at the corner of the door, basically guarding for anyone that comes in to?
So you wish to prepare your action to
In action
to
punch anyone who tries to come in to the.
yeah.
I want to be obviously standing to the side, so if the door opens, a shot.
Okay. Yeah. And when the minute the door opens, you're prepared to. Are you going to shoot at them, or are you going to like try to tackle them?
I just want to punch him.
Okay. All right. Just want to know. All right. That is your go. So it passes back to them. This soldier is gonna run over here. Move. I will spend a threat for an extra minor to aim. Spend a threat for a third dice. He's going to shoot Savell. He aims, so I'll reroll a 0. That. You know what? I'll reroll 2. Two, 4, 6, 8. Roll cover. Roll 1 challenge dice. There's Savell.
I thought it was 2 for cover.
His position kind of changed that. You still have cover. It's just not as good cover as before.
He moved up on you.
You take 7 points of stress damage. That is an injury, plus you have a lethal injury.
Yeah. I had 13. Yeah, this guy's down because I'm pretty much out of stress now.
Did it zero you out?
Yep, because I had 13 stress total,
Oof.
and then
That is
7.
two lethal injuries. That means you are, by the end of the scene, you will be. Actually, that's instant death. So you are technically dead.
All right, well.
Critical
Oh, well.
stimulator stat.
That will be the only way to revive you.
I don't believe the doctor knows that he's been over there shooting.
Well, he hears the phaser fire, but the doctor has surrendered. Turn passes to you.
I wonder if convince them if they'll let me revive him.
Well, Tran stands up and says, "Well, it's our mission to get captured, Captain."
You want to have a little fun with them beforehand?
Well, I figure I might as well get out and get close.
Well, and the captain reaches behind his back and pulls out a new Sean. Let's have some fun.
Aye, sir. So yeah, if I
David's
can,
kind of like looking over at you guys like, oh god.
the Shran will try and run into hand-to-hand combat with this guy.
Because he prepared, he's going to take a shot at you.
Yeah, I figured.
So the threat as you charge out.
He's so much bigger than me. Look at the size of his token.
Happy. That is a hit. Complication. I'll use that in a second. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage to you, Strand. He shoots his phaser or not phaser, his disruptor rifle, and it goes dead after the shot as he charged and hits you square in the chest.
All right. He wasn't shooting lethally though.
No, he wasn't shooting.
Yeah, I'll go down.
Okay. It's their go. This guy is going to move up and then prepare. It is your guys' go.
I think I'm the only one who hasn't gone yet.
And Michael's.
Oh, okay.
And Michael's. Taven was preparing for anyone who came into the door, but I will let Taven charge if he wants to at somebody.
Sure, why not? I'll go after the same guy who just shot Tran.
Oppose daring security.
Hand-to-hand combat.
Yes.
One threat for extra die.
Spending that back at you. Two momentum gained. Roll unarmed strike damage.
With mean right hook.
2, 4, 6,
10.
6, 7, 8.
That's 10 because he gets.
He goes
he's got,
down. He does go down, but he's still
Knocked unconscious.
yeah. Body armor saved him.
Haven is One Punch Man.
That guy did prepare, so Taven ran out the door. He's going to shoot Taven. And misses.
Apparently,
And hit the
Cardassians are not.
Birdman.
Yes, the Cardassians on the left are not very good shots. The one on the right are.
Haven Birdman. Security in the
It
hall.
is Michael's and the captain left to go. But I have one more NPC needs to go after one of you guys, but it is your turn.
Definitely think that they're gonna buy that we fought.
Yeah, I think we sold it.
All right. Let me ask you this: is there any enemy combatants within range of charging and hand-to-hand combat?
Technically no. Reason why is because you got Taven, the Strand's body who's lying on the ground, and another Cardassian whose body is on the ground. The other guy is just slightly further back.
Okay, I'm guessing I have a Type 2 phaser on me still. So, holding
Minor action to draw the Type 2 phaser, by the way.
that'll be fine. That'll be fine.
You will also have to move into sight, though, and you have no momentum. Oh, you have 2 momentum, sorry.
Okay, I do have 2 momentum. That's fine. So, Holding the Ushan in his right hand, he draws his phaser with his left. I'll spend a momentum for an extra minor, move into range, and yeah, shoot him.
Control security difficulty of 2.
I'm just like thinking of a scene of a guy holding a revolver and a Bowie knife in the other.
I'll spend the other momentum for an extra die.
Okay. It is difficulty 2. Do I need to roll the sheet for you, Captain, or?
No, I just rolled. It should be popping up in a minute.
Oh, there it is. That's a hit, so roll damage. Currently that's 4 stress, but he does have cover. So 3 stress taken to him at the moment.
And I don't have any momentum to get any extra damage, so.
All right. Turn passes to them. He's gonna maneuver. He's line of sight. Just saw the phaser shot. I'll spend an extra minor to aim. He's gonna just take a shot at the captain. That's a hit. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 stress to you, Captain.
And the captain goes down.
Michaels, you are the last man currently left to go in the round.
Taven hears Michaels just say something to himself. Operation Knock 'em Out? No. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I would like to decrease the gravity so they fly into the roof.
Well, that's creative.
Wait, reverse the artificial gravity?
So I'm gonna, because you were AFK, I'm gonna keep in mind the mission directive is technically to get captured, because you're supposed to be infiltrating a POW camp. Do you still wish to do that action?
With that in mind, I'll disable the gravity instead.
Control plus engineering difficulty of 4. Assisted by the ship's computers plus engineering.
Would physics work as a focus?
No.
Take 3 threats.
Currently, that's 2 successes and a complication. Ship will assist with control plus or computers plus engineering.
Instead of disabling gravity. Burn it up to
No help,
max. and
no hurt.
Unfortunately, I'll take the complication as threat. Unfortunately, you're not able. The due to the battle damage, the some of the computer systems are a little toasty. You're not able to turn off the artificial gravity.
Once Michaels finds out he fails, he turns around, gets on his knees, and puts his hands on his head.
Okay. So surrendering. It is back to them. This one Cardassian soldier, just seeing you take down his buddy, is oblivious to what has transpired on the bridge. So he's going to take a shot at Taven. Minor to aim, and I'll buy an extra dice.
Watch getting a complication and hit Michael.
Michaels has got some cover. The line of sight's a little. That is a hit.
I have any cover with all the bodies around me?
I'll give you one challenge dice. So that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 stress coming at you. One, it goes to the extra stress goes to the Cardassian. The other one goes to Shishran. One goes to Shishran. Two goes to the Cardassian. Since there's bodies in there, goes to the Cardassian. It's on the floor. But yes, you.
So I end up taking then?
You end up taking 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 8 total stress damage.
So 7 with my one cover.
It's total of 9, so 8.
Oh, okay. Yep. So, plop.
Plop.
he's not even trying to stay up.
All right. Scene change.
Well, I'm dead now. Nice knowing you.
Yeah, I can't really revive you.
Yeah, no worries.
It didn't even give me a need to try.
Well, can the doctor try to revive me or no?
The
Or
thing
at
is,
least try to persuade them to let me revive you.
here's the thing though, considering how long the combat is, and you're all taken to the ship, they're creating a body, with them. But by the time all that happens, he's too far gone. Like, I'm sorry,
Oh.
Zoel.
No worries.
Looks like you're rolling a new character. Sorry, man.
Actually, this is my first time having a character die in a campaign. So, oh well. All right, it was kind of
This is the
fun.
first death in STA This is the first death in STA I've seen.
It do happen. If you max out your stress track, it's automatically a lethal injury, and then if you go over your stress track, you get another lethal injury on top of that.
If you suffer
Like
2
if,
lethal injuries within the same course of an action, it is instant death. Which that's
a
was the
rocket
case.
tries to take off on top of you, that can happen.
Are you referring to the last campaign we did?
Yes.
The first officer leaving you behind.
Rocket takes off on top of you, and you really don't have the fitness. So, next scene.
You wake up. You're currently residing in a small wooden hut, with several, like, kind of like in some makeshift beds that are not too comfortable. Um, there's a guy standing in the room, is talking with some other individuals that are currently in there.
Of course, I'm assuming they didn't knock out me or Michael, so we experienced the whole thing.
So you were taken onto the Glor class. They interrogated you for a brief amount of time, and eventually, they kind of sedated you.
Ah,
Oh, I feel like I was run over by a shuttlecraft.
I feel the same, Commander. I'm gonna have to fix my feathers after this.
Trey looks
oh,
around.
wakey, eggs and bakey. I'm assuming this is where we'll meet, where we'll be.
Look around. They take Saval to another location.
See, you guys are awake, and you notice like there's another Starfleet personnel wearing a gold uniform, kind of tattered a little bit. So, where are you boys from?
We're from the Montana.
Little
You seen
Archer class
another
vessel
member
from?
of our crew?
No, they only brought the 5 of you in.
They didn't bring a Vulcan in?
No.
I did hear right before I was taken to the Galore class, I did hear multiple phaser shots go off. It's possible that Savel is gone.
Damn it.
That's the possibility we'll have to go with for now.
It is
If we
possible
ever
they
get to,
simply took him.
if we ever get back to Federation, I'm sorry, what?
Saying it's possible they might have taken him to another location.
You can hope.
Yeah.
If
But
we
yeah,
ever get back to Federation,
to answer your question, yeah, the old Archer class vessel.
Uh, um, well, Lieutenant Commander Alan Spencer from, the Omaha. Ship went missing quite a while ago.
Captain Jason Maxwell.
I guess that leaves you in charge here, Captain. I was the senior officer here, so.
Really? What happened to all the other captains?
Captain Jotunheim perished in our conflict.
Where is here, Commander?
Well, normally it's about any other POW camp. Crappy plumbing, shitty water, and no way out, it seems.
I believe the commander means which planet.
We weren't told, but I mean, honestly, if it's at least decently comfort, temperature. It's class M. I mean, it's make for a great
Any sign of
colony site.
any sign of another planet in close orbit?
Yeah. There's every time this planet makes a rotation, you can kind of see off in the distance. It's a little hard to see, but yeah, there's another planet in the sky that's relatively close.
Probably Chintaka 1.
Yep.
Toka system. We're a little deep into Cardassian space, I guess. I figured we'd be closer to Cardassia, but
Hey, how are you guys medically?
a little malnourished, but they feed us enough.
What's the security look like in this?
Extensive. The whole entire perimeter of the encampment has force fields, including the ceiling. I guess there's no flying away.
What about the transporter inhibitors?
I'm not aware of it, but I would assume if they'd gone to this much length to imprison us, there would be some.
Where?
I have no idea the location of those inhibitors, Commander or Sir. Sorry, they take your rank pimps away, so I'm not really sure what rank you are. Commander. Right. They have guards that patrol the perimeters just to make sure we're not digging anywhere. I think the last person that tried to escape, he made it about 20 meters.
Before what happened?
Well, to be honest, I think they saw it coming and they got some sport out of it.
So they turned him into target practice then.
Yeah. I guess the Klingon wanted to go out in a blaze of glory.
Roughly, how many guards would you say are stationed here?
It's hard to say. I only noticed about 15 to 20 at a time. There could be more. They do take shifts, so.
How many prisoners all told?
There's about 45 of us. I've kept everyone kind of in line. I haven't, given the incident with the Klingon, told anyone not to make an escape. But with 45 here, I mean, I guess that makes 50 of us now. And 17 Klingons, and there are roughly 10 Cardassian prisoners here. So we don't really mingle with them a whole lot.
We'll need to start mingling here for a little bit, Lieutenant Commander. Here soon.
If you're wanted, the Klingons and the Cardassians, they kind of keep to themselves. Same with us. If you want to talk to the Klingon leader, Lyra, she seems the one to be in charge. I think it's House Duras, I believe.
Yeah, it's House Duras.
How did you know that, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
Let's just say we didn't come here by accident.
Right. Okay. I'm with you. So
And Taven wants to kind of do a test here. Loyalty. Now, I want you to make sure that you keep this very secret. Can you do that?
I wouldn't be handing out information, Taven.
Don't worry, I think we can trust them. The doctor here, he managed to secretly implant a special canister of chemicals that could potentially disable guards, but very well hidden. But should we need to use it, we might be able to get it.
You say so, sir. Never known anyone to do that. But if you have a plan, I'm all ears and willing to help out any way I can. I mean, we've been here for 3 months. I'm ready to go home.
I understand.
Well, if you don't mind, Lieutenant Commander, I would like to not read you in entirely as to why we're here. Right now, we don't know who here we can trust. I hope you understand that. We're part of a crew that has found 2, maybe even more Cardassian infiltrators in Starfleet.
That's disturbing to think about, but I understand.
Yes. Why it's critically important that not tell anyone outside our trusted circle.
I can vouch for the other 3. I mean, we've served together for a long time. I've known them practically since the academy.
That's the thing, Lieutenant Commander. One of these that we found had served with the listening outpost crew for 8 months, or 8 tours, I think it was.
It was 2 tours,
Okay, 2 tours.
which is equivalent to almost 18 months.
So, Starfleet, Klingons, I'm assuming KDF, Cassians,
They're
no idea.
civilians, from what I can tell.
Any,
Barely combat
Federation?
trained.
Any political prisoners, probably. Any Federation species civilians, or all fleet?
No, it's all fleet here, sir. Haven't seen a single Federation civilian here. If anything, the only civilians here are the Cardassians.
Captain, if it's all right with you, while I may not have my equipment with me, I could still run a physical on each of the survivors here and make sure that they're in excellent condition. It's not that I don't trust you, Alan. It's that I want to make sure that everyone's all right.
If you don't mind, Commander, he is a doctor, so I don't know how much medical services you've had out here, or even if there's any other doctors locally right now. So,
There's a
if
couple,
you don't mind.
I'm sure the nurses here will, love your insight, doctor. They're the ones that have been kind of trying to tend our wounds. They don't really give us much. Occasional crude bandages, healing ointments, but that's about it.
Well, you may be
Same
in
as
luck.
part of my free time. Yeah.
Maybe in luck, Commander. Between Dr. Yimond and Vincent Michaels here, you might be able to cook up something a little bit more potent than the ointments.
Maybe. And meanwhile, Lieutenant Commander, I would like to meet with this Lyra of House Duras.
Yeah, I'll take you to her. Keep in mind, Klingons really don't care too much for us, so
Oh, trust me, I know.
You've got something, Michaels?
I was going to ask the Lieutenant Commander what type of work the Cardassians require of them here.
actually none, which surprising considering usually they like to put their prisoners to work. From my guess, this encampment's not used to hold us for a very long term, even though we've been here for a few months.
Seen that kind of turnover?
No, when we arrived, it was just us. Though there were more Cardassians. They've since then been moved elsewhere, or God knows what happens to them.
Well, I think I better get to work, Captain, with your permission.
Of course, Doctor.
If someone could show me the way.
Right this way. And as some of you guys have certain things you wish to do, we're going to have this to be continued.
Good.